that microphone is on. Welcome everyone, I'm your host DrFox2000 and you are watching VolcanoX live stream, and Henry says, I hear you, Doc. Oh, and that is excellent, thank you, and thanks there, Henry, Hermione, Philomena, Sue, and Kevin, and all those other people. I hear, yeah, Philomena, you hear me now? Oh, I'm glad you can. And thanks, Juliet. Anyway, welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board. Of course, I'm your DrFox2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where it's raining kittens and puppies. Or at least raindrops. Muchly needed rain is coming down, so very happy about that. Hopefully that will help with some of the fires that are happening in the local area, and that'll simmer things down. So, well, that's, I guess, the start of the show. Anyway, we'll say hi to everyone in a second or two here. We'll start out by saying hello to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and CND Boy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, and possibly Mona Lisa Smiles. So those are our moderators. Mind you, we have others as well that sometimes could pop in magically. You never know. Anyway, first person in today, and boy, he is pretty quick. That is Dan. And he got in while Lizoid was still putting his sneakers on and having a snack. So Dan was super quick on the ball there, and definitely made it happen. Anyway, let's see, what do we got for things happening? Anything big? Let's see. I'm just wondering. I'm going to look at my earthquakes. You know, earthquakes, moderate sizes, nothing really super large, which is probably a good thing. We don't like seeing big quakes. You know, 5.2, 5.4 is about the biggest, I think, that we've seen. So nothing really major going on that way. I don't have any word of any new eruptions anywhere, and nothing crazy, nothing in Iceland. I was hoping that the lava workers would be persuaded by Yvonne Kunkel there and get something happening at our wonderful Mount Etna, but no joy, not yet. I think they're lazy. Oh, I think they're on holidays again. Something. I have no idea where those darn lava workers went. We'll have to try to keep after them. Anyway, we'll say hi to everyone in here. We'll start out by saying hello to Philomena and Sue and Oz. And welcome, Oz. And Lizoid is here. Kevin Haynes is here. Henry Nelson and Juliet and Hermione and Fluffy. And scrolling up a little bit, looking for more. Grandma B is here. We got Juliet. Okay, going to keep going up. Grandma B, welcome. And who else we got here? Okay, a lot of chatting going on, so it's hard to tell who's doing what. We got Lizoid, who got in late, busy having a snack. David Brewer is here. Welcome, David. Going on a walkabout tomorrow. Oh, cool. Take your camera. You never know what kind of alligator critters you might see. Let's see, who else we got in here? Still scrolling up, looking for other names. Michael Olson, welcome back, and good to see you. Of course, Dan is here. I should mention him. He got the cookies. Oh, that's kind of a double shout out there, I guess. Okay, we got Kevin Haynes already. Got Lizoid. Boy, these guys chat a lot. Juliet, we got, yep. Oh, Robert and Chandel are here. Welcome. And still scrolling up, looking for others. Looking to see who else. And I'm all the way to the top. I don't see anybody else. Darn it. Okay, I hopefully got everyone. If I did not call out your name, I do apologize. What? I don't see anyone chatting. Strange. No, I think they're listening to me. They're not chatting too much. They're trying to figure out what the heck is going on today. How come we got no eruptions? I'll get the formal complaints in no time. Anyway. So yeah, it has been a fairly quiet day. Michael, yeah, that's okay. Janice, welcome. Let's see what we've got cooking, and we'll get around and see some of these other volcanoes. We'll start out, of course, over in our wonderful, oh my god, it's snowing in Yellowstone. That's just incredible. Hang on. Let me stop this lava for a second. This is just absolutely crazy. Let me go over to Yellowstone for a second and let you guys see that. Be thankful you're not there. Yep, there it is. That is absolutely coming down. Those are huge flakes. Oh my god. It looks like snow and rain combined. I have no idea. But that's what it is. Janice, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And yep, lots of snow there. Yogi and Boo Boo better skedaddle and get into the cave with that picnic basket. It's not going to be any fun if you got soggy sandwiches there. Anyway, I didn't really want to go there to start that out, but it is what it is. We do have to look at that and kind of go, ha, wow. Anyway, let me re-stop the lava flow here. Why is that looking for it? Alright, we'll get the banner off of here first. And then we'll stop the lava and pause it, and actually we'll turn that off. We're going to go to Hawaii and see what is happening there really quickly. Not that much, so we'll make this fast. We are still seeing some smoke coming out of the northeast corner of the west lava vent. The old west vent is still smoking there. That's right down where that Hornito was, by the way. And of course, this is Helemaumau crater in Kilauea. And there's your southeast lava pond, central vent. And everything seems to be intact yet. Pig Island hasn't sunk. So we're pretty much straightforward. There's nothing special going on. Taking a look at some of the other shots here. Southeast lava pond, central vent, and again the west area there. Nothing really there that would thrill me. This, of course, the B1 camera from the other side. We are still seeing our rocks over here. They didn't look like they got any taller today, so all good. We'll leave them be. And everything looks pretty normal there as well. Hey, MG2431, welcome back. And looking real quick at the thermal image, I just got this, so nothing new there. Southeast lava pond is okay, the west lava pond is okay, and we are still seeing our bright spot down here with no action. So we will check back to Hawaii as far as earthquakes when we get to our earthquake portion. So in the meantime, we will head on over to Iceland, where it is raining and being yucky. So let's head over there. There we go. And I just want to get back onto Hawaii here for a second and fix that up. There we go. All right, fixed. And now we're on Iceland. And of course, that is the city of Reykjavik. We are on top of the Perlin Center there in Reykjavik, the capital city, looking at a downtown area. And everything looks pretty peaceful and quiet. If we go back about 9 or 10 hours, well, we'll do 10 hours today. It was raining there. A rainy day there and a rainy day here. So I almost feel like I'm in Iceland sometimes. Anyway, that is what we see from this view. Raindrops, and that is always fun. I don't know how many raindrops are still on the camera lens, but that is okay. We'll make that one smaller, make the next shot bigger. And there, of course, is our wonderful regional airport. We are still on top of the Perlin Center, and the shot previous was just off to the right side here. Visibility not the greatest, but you can still see Keilir out in the distance here. If we go back, well, we'll give it fair treatment, go back about 10 hours, it looked like bad. Of course, it was raining, so what do you expect? And that is all good. And let's put that one back to live, and we'll make that smaller. Next one, yeah, wow, that is pretty nice, isn't it? Anyway, if we go back about 10 hours, we can see a little bit, and there you can see the venting, or geyser, if you want to call it that, geysering. And of course over here where the power plant is, you see it doing its thing. Off in the distance you can see nothing, but Grindavik is over there. They haven't moved it, and we are on the Reykjanes Peninsula down by the lighthouse, looking to the I guess it'd be kind of northish for the most part. Yeah, maybe a little bit east, but northeast. And that is the view we've got right now. Unfortunately, like I say, we can't see a darn thing off in the distance, even if we go back all the way on this. Just not very good conditions today. Let's go over, yeah, let's go leave that one. We'll go over to the other one here. And of course, this is our wonderful view of Katla. Don't you just love it? Let's go back as far as we can and see if we can actually see something in there. And there it is. It's raining there too. I'm surprised there are that many people there in this rainy weather. You know, that just amazes me. Hey Larry, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. Anyway, we are not able to see Katla. It is underneath there somewhere, underneath all those clouds. One of the things that with seeing all this rain, I feel that we are going to have some more earthquakes there at Katla, and any of the areas that are glacial covered, they're going to end up having more earthquakes with this rain coming down, because that rain will cause the ice to crack. So we'll see some of that. I guess it's it rains there so much that you would never go outside unless you went out in the rain. Well, you know, when I was there, I did go out in the rain too, but it is what it is. You know, you're not going to have nice weather there all the time. You are out on an island. You are in the Atlantic Ocean, and it is kind of what it is there in Iceland. Anyway, let's not dwell here. We'll put that back on live, and you can't... Oh, hang on. We might be able to see something after all. The clouds are going away. That is amazing. Anyway, yeah, the whitish stuff in the background here, of course, that is the ice on top of Katla. Maybe that picture will improve after a little while. We'll see if those clouds pop out of the way. We might come and revisit this afterwards. But for now, we'll leave it be. Let's get over to our harmonic tremor charts and see what's shaking. Going to refresh that real quick and see what we've got. So, Frankfurt area, of course, we consider that to be our home. And that's where Ragnar and Siggy are. And of course, we will take a look first off at the purple color magmatic frequencies, basically or what we call them, extremely low frequency, and showing us that we did have a slight rise and it dropped off again. Seismic is our green one, and we do see it coming up to a certain level, a staying level, and then dropping off once again, as well as a little bit of a rise in our tectonic and dropping one more time there as well near the end. They all seem to have dropped at the same time. I'm considering that to be something of tectonic nature. So that's kind of how we would look at that. Some spikes in there, so we may have some quakes in our Frankfurt area, but I don't know yet. Let's go scroll up here to Askja, which is our well, no, it's not the furthest north. It's the kind of a central area there. Askja been a pretty flat line, and it still is, and I'm not going to say too much about it, other than no, it's not going to erupt. And we do see some quakes in here, maybe double ones right there, and then just some single smaller ones. Don't know what's going to happen with it. Let's take a look at our next one. Will be Grimsey. Now Grimsey is the northernmost point there in that is inhabited, and of course for Iceland that is. We see the tectonic dropping down and jumping way back up here all of a sudden. Sorry, not tectonic, I should say a magmatic frequency. And the seismic frequency kind of following suit with it. Very interesting to see that. And then, of course, our tectonic hitting way low again and this climbing back up. So, what's that telling us up there? You know, we do have some tectonic movement, yes, but are we going to see anything happen? I don't know yet. Going to look at the one from Grindavik, kind of almost the same as what we see at Frankfurt, so we're not going to spend much time on that. Grindavik, of course, to the southwest of our Frankfurt area. The next one we're looking at is Krusavik, Krusavik being to the northeast. So, magma on the move, maybe? Yeah, it could be. You know, that's what I keep telling myself, so there's got to be some magma moving around underneath the, well, all of Iceland, really. We do remember how big that plume is, and I should pull that wonderful shot out that we had of what they figured that plume looked like. Anyway, Krusavik, kind of the same as far as the movement, so magmatic, seismatic, pretty much identical. A little bit different there on our tectonic, but not by much, and a lot less spikes in here, indicating less quakes in the area. Let's pop this back onto our Frankfurt so I can find it later. If something happens, I can take a look at a glance and not have to freak out and search. Anyway, there it is. Wonky, lost in space donkey. Uh-oh. I was wondering why I had to use a satellite dish to be able to get the signal from you, Wonky Donkey. Hope you're all right. And where are you lost today? Welcome. Anyway, let's go over to the earthquakes. Let's see what they are. Got to get on that map though. There. All right. So, from compared to yesterday, well, we are less than half the quakes. We've only got 23 today, and that is a huge, huge drop. Yesterday we had 57 when we looked at it, and this is less than half. So, wow, big difference. Anyway, let's take a look and see what's going on where. And anyone got any idea why it's so darn quiet? Anyway, a quick peek here. This, of course, is the Reykjanes Peninsula, and there's the capital city of Reykjavik. And for those good people who pay attention there sometimes, we do have, there's the regional airport, and here's the location of the Perlin Center. And that is, we basically get the camera views of this direction here. As well, it's more like, hang on, let's see, where's the building? It's wide enough to capture that, as well as going this direction also. And then, of course, the other view is kind of from there, going out like that. So that's kind of what we're seeing there. Going over here, though, there you can see the Keflavik International Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jarðvík. And if we slide down over here, we can see the Blue Lagoon and all its parking lot and nice things, and the power plant. And then sliding down the highway a little bit, we see the town of Grindavik, and of course the naval radio towers that we can't see today because it's so poor as far as visibility. Anyway, looking at what we've got here, that outline is our Fagradalsfjall area, and that, of course, is where our wonderful Ragnar lives, right here, and Siggy Fisher right there. And look at this, we got two little quakes right beside the Siggy Fisher. 7:45 this morning, a 0.48, 5.5 kilometers down for him. And the other one is a 0.25, 5 kilometers down from 507. And that would have been our double quake that we've seen there. So those are pretty neat. But, you know, we're not seeing a heck of a lot of other quakes out there. A 0.15, 4.6 kilometers down, 501. And that's about the only quake that really made a difference there on that chart. We didn't see much for Krusavik. 0.63, 6.1 kilometers down, 2350 yesterday for him. Next one is from 1:20 a.m., 0.5, 4.5 kilometers down. And let's see, Joseph Fields, Texas. Is Joseph here? I didn't see him sneaking in. Where's Joseph? Anyway, yeah, I don't know if Joseph is here. Anyway, let's go up here. Did we get that 0.2? 5.1 kilometers down, 834. Then we see a 2 up here, 0.78. 3.7 kilometers down, 4:08 a.m. Next one is, yep, Joseph was here. Welcome, Joseph. And this one is from 2332, a 0.82, 6.5 kilometers down. Next one over here, and that is Hekla. And we got a 0.9, 7.4 kilometers down. And that is 2:31 a.m. Now, very interesting. All those quakes, everybody was panicking, and we have absolutely no quakes here at Katla, and nothing over at Eyjafjallajökull either. So that whole area quiet today. Isn't that neat? And you'd think that there'd be some residual stuff going on if there was indeed some kind of magma intrusion of some sort, or the volcano was getting ready to erupt. Anyway, from 1317 we got a 0.76, and that is a surface quake, 135 meters down. Could be in the ice. This is from 2117 today, and that is a 1.2 in magnitude, 2.2 kilometers down for that one. This is Grimsvatn, and there's a 0, 5.2 kilometers down from 1934. And then this is Bardabunga, and we've got a 0.55. These are all very small quakes. 4.7 is the depth on that, and that is 3:40 a.m. And Askja, there we've got 3 quakes at Askja. A 0.8, 3.5 kilometers down, 22:40. And next one is 45 minutes after midnight, a 0.8, and that was 3.5 kilometers down. And 7:10 a.m. we had a 0.65, 3.9 kilometers down for him. So that is kind of what we got there, and nothing over at Herdebreit at all, and nothing in between, nothing till we get up here. Very, very few quakes. That is just interesting. 1837 we had a 0.6, 5.5 kilometers down. Then we got a 0.8, 3.2 kilometers down from 37 minutes after 3 a.m. 1.1 in magnitude, 8.5 kilometers down from 1757. Then we've got a 0.5, 11.9 kilometers down, and that's from 1445. And next one, a 0.05, very small. 9.3 clicks down, and that's from 1445 as well. Then we've got a 0.3, a 1.1 kilometer down, and that is 3:32 this morning. And then a 1.01, 6.4 kilometers down, 11:28. That is it. That is it. Dr. Fox, I have crashed on Ganymede at 7 minutes after 10 a.m. in the year, in the year 1136. I discovered time travel. Oh boy. Well, Wonky, you better email me exactly how you managed to do that, because I'm very interested. I want to know more, and I want to see how you are able to get back into the future from back then. Don't interact with anything because you'll mess with the timeline. Remember that. You can't talk to any of the what is it, Ganymedians. Okay. Oh boy. All right, let's leave it there. Must be in one of those DeLoreans. What are you looking for? Wonky Donkey has been drinking again. Oh my God. This song is funky by, okay, I'm not sure. Email, not involved yet. Oh, not evolved yet. All right. Well, how are you getting signal to us? That's a curious question. Some kind of a time translator? It's got to be. Anyway, not much happening in Iceland, unfortunately. So I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping to see a little bit more action, something going on, but nothing. And how do we deal with nothingness? So at least we've got a couple quakes there. They did mention, oh, there's one from Iceland now. Jona! Welcome, Jona. They did mention that there was a magma intrusion underneath the peninsula, but, it's doing its thing again. So I have no idea what is really happening. But then again, they also mentioned that Askja was going to go way back when, and then they said Katla was going to go, and that didn't happen either. So, anyway, let's go over to the Azores and see what kind of darkened weather we've got there and see if there's any new quakes. We have enough time so we can do that. Anyway, there is the screenshot there. Of course, this is from 2327 there. We are on the island of St. George. This is one of the villages there, and that is the harbor lights all lit up, one of the harbors. Today you can actually see the lights of Pico Island, and that is awesome. Unfortunately, not the greatest of weather there. I checked earlier today, it was pretty nasty, and we do still have the cam running. It didn't turn into a pumpkin yet for our little cove here, and what we're looking for is white water hitting the shoreline. We do see a little bit of white water in there, but nothing really to talk about, so I'm not even going to worry about it. Looking at it, we do not have a quake today. We had one yesterday. That was a 2.0, so we'll leave that today. This map, of course, only for St. George, so let's go to the other one. Gonna refresh that real quick so everyone can go shopping, and we'll make that map bigger. Oh yeah, Hawaiian shirts, awesome. What's that shirt scream at you? How about this one? VW bus. This looks like a jungle with critters in it. I see a parrot there. Some other parrots. Parrots! It's a parrot shirt. Oh my god. You could have parrots. Anyway, let's take a look here real quick and see what we've actually got going on there in the Azores. Alright, so that is, of course, St. George. This is Pico Island, Fayal Island. And over here on Terceira, we are seeing those other two quakes. And, of course, that is the volcano right there. And if we zoom in, I want to see, this is right on the edge of the caldera. 10 hours ago, 2.2, and 0 kilometers down, so it's right at sea level, and that is from 1328. So a good size quake right on the, I guess the edge of the volcano, if you want to call it that. The other one, 22 hours ago, a surface quake as well, came in at 1:12 in the morning, and it is 0 kilometers down, so surface quake as well, or what we refer to as sea level quake, rather than a surface quake. Let's get rid of those colorful shirts. They're making me think that I want a tropical vacation. I know, funny. Anyway, looking at this, there you can see Iceland up there. That is our Reykjanes Ridge going down. Then you can see the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, East Azores Fault. There's Portugal and Spain and France, and then of course England and Ireland. And we see Iceland up there. We see Greenland there. Here's Newfoundland and Nova Scotia. Right in there, and there's Sue waving at us from Cole Harbor area. So awesome. Anyway, let's zoom that back out. It gives you a better idea where the Azores are actually located. Canary Islands are actually down here, so you can see that. So not too far away, but a lot less tropical there than it is here. This, of course, is Europe's Hawaii. So pretty awesome. What happened? Could be a landslide. What are they talking about? Oh, on the side of Terceira. It it could be a landslide, but over on the flat area though, for the other one, again, I don't know if it would be. Also, I don't know if their equipment, in the Azores, Silversmith, if their equipment actually measures above sea level. The USGS in Hawaii, theirs do. if we have that minus sign in front, that means it is above sea level. It's I don't know how tall Tercera actually is, but yeah, that could be interesting. Anyway, it is break time. Yep, you're right, Kevin. Thank you. And what I know I got ya thinking though. Uh-oh. Thinking? We don't think on this show, do we? Let's turn our canned lava back on and keep that happy. For those good people who are here, if you are enjoying the stream, please hit that like button, and that would really be awesome. Also, if you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I am going to go take a break and keep watching the raindrops falling on the roof. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000. Going to take that 5 or 6 or 7 minute break. Here comes some music. I'll be back. Play nice in the lava. And I am back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for sticking around. A wonky, lost in space donkey is still lost. And thank you, Sue, for the welcome back. And oh wow, good shot, Oz. Oz gifted a 1 month membership there. Thank you very kindly, Oz. And Kathy got it in Hawaii. Way to go, Kathy. Congratulations. So that is pretty awesome. And good shot there, Oz. So thank you. That is awesome. I appreciate that support. And of course, that helps one of our members out there, and that is excellent to see. So yeah, very cool. And I think she might be looking for her back scratcher. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs there from Wonky Donkey as well, and whoever else said welcome back. I missed some of that. C&D boy, give me a 5x5, Doc. Okay. That would be 25. Is that right? That'd be awesome. And awesome. Thank you, Oz. That is cool. All right, let's stop our canned lava once again, and we will pause it right there. We'll go off to our next volcanoes. And, you know, it's not a good day. I mean, it's raining and looking really yucky here. It's not that great there at Popocatépetl either. Earlier, I was looking at the cameras this morning, and it was actually snowing on Popocatépetl. It was a light dusting, but it then turned to rain and washed all of it away. So one of the things that I do want to mention is whenever we have a volcano that's been throwing out eruptive material, lots of tephra and such, and ash and things, when the first heavy rains come, it's always very dangerous, because you get that ash and the rain mixing, and you get these wonderful lahars, and lahars, of course, being a kind of a muddy flow of an avalanche that is made of volcanic ash and water combined, and goes down the hills and causes all kinds of havoc. So hopefully it's not raining hard enough to create massive lahars, and that would be pretty awesome. Anyway, Popocatépetl, I've been fairly good all day. We do see it smoking there. Let's see if we go back a little bit. There you can see some more of it, and bigger plume coming out. So it's been doing that. And then, of course, as I was saying, it was in the rain and stuff. So really hard to see what it was looking like earlier. And we can see that plume still there, but hard to see what was going on with those clouds coming through. Here's another place where we can see it's almost constant, though, for it to be puffing out material. And again, it doesn't matter where we're looking time-wise, we see it going. This is at 1412 as an example. If we go back here in time, I'm trying to see a clear spot. Of course, it was pretty nasty weather. It's hard to see anything, of course, when you got these clouds sitting right on top of the volcano. Let's see, we did have a little bit of intermittent stuff there. That might work. We do see some off-gassing. I'm not sure what all is a cloud up there and what is directly from the volcano. Hard to tell when we've got that cloudy stuff going on. And again, here about the same look. Very difficult to tell, but it's been busy doing its thing. There you can see some more from this morning. 7:56 or just about 8 a.m. their time. So that's kind of what we got. Going back a little bit more, we see some more little puffs. 7:02 this morning. Then we get to what we kind of call the golden time here, just as the sun rises. And we don't see too much there. Again, you know, some off-gassing, but nothing that's going to really scare you. The snow, of course, was earlier, so I did not get a picture of it, but that was somewhere around 4 a.m.-ish, and there was also some snow in between here somewhere as well. Let me see if I can actually find that, because it was kind of really kind of eerie looking when I did discover it. Oh, what was that? Something just made a loud pop. I'm sure you heard that. That was pretty loud. Yeah, I'm not sure if we can find the actual spot. There, right there. You can kind of see it. It looks kind of snowy. So, kind of interesting to see that. Anyway, let's put that back on live. Shotgun? I don't know. A car hit a tree? Nah. I don't know. It sounded like it might have been 2 or 3 blocks away, but still, it was pretty loud. I don't know what the heck would have happened. Non-alcoholic champagne? That's got a big bang. It was a volcano, Dr. Fox. Oh, I wonder where. Oh, no, it was outside my window, so fireworks. Now that could be something. Sounded like a gunfire. Yeah, only one shot though. I'm wondering if it was some kind of a firework that somebody set off. Feeling it's a little bit safer to do that with everything being wet. Nothing is going to turn ablaze here. So anyway, let's leave our wonderful Popocatépetl Petal B. That is, of course, 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City. And next destination on our list today is Fuego in Guatemala. And Fuego, of course, very windy over there, so we see the camera shaking. They did shut their stream off earlier, and it was because of inclement weather, and we couldn't see a heck of a lot. And when we go back, we don't see that much. You know, when we go back, this is at 12 noonish. Not very visible at all. Prior to that, it was kind of hit and miss as well. This one from 11:17. Can't really tell what's coming out, if anything at all, but that is kind of what we've got there. And again, we're playing hide and go seek with the clouds. There it is. You can see a little bit of a puff coming off the top. So it's not completely quiet, but it is certainly there. And that was from 10:42, and we did have not bad skies there this morning. One of the things I did notice, Fuego did certainly slow down a whole bunch since that big eruption. This is at 9:05. That's about as far back as we can go. You know, it's not throwing out anywhere near as much as what we've seen in the past, and really makes me wonder what the heck we got going on. Anyway, let's leave Fuego be. I'm going to make sure I got the other one. I want to make that a little smaller too. Let's go over here a little further south down into Nicaragua. This is Masaya volcano. This shot is from 1358. I'm going to refresh that, see if it gets any better. And no picture. Darn it. It happens. I'm glad you uploaded the eruption. Oh, well, all of them I got, but the interesting one for today that I uploaded earlier today, and I'm very pleased with the results. I can't remember. That's actually, was it last night or this morning? I put that up there. Anyway, the that video from Simaru has had over 500 views already. So I'm actually very pleased with that, and that is a really good response on it. And that is, you know, a little bit more than what I refer to as typical. So nice to see the response this morning early. Yep, thanks. That is really nice to have happen. Anyway, we are on the other one a little further south, South America, and we're actually in Chile. Let's take a look at this. This was from a little bit earlier here, 1400 and onward. That is Lascar volcano. We don't see very much happening. There are some little puffs of smoke coming out, so very quiet at Lascar. This, of course, is Laguna del Male, and that is kind of what we're seeing there. That snow was continuing to melt, and I am not sure what's going on here, if these clouds in the background, if that is off-gassing or just cloud or what the heck that is. But it's food for thought anyway. But we'll leave that guy be, and we'll go to our next one. And of course, this is Villarrica. And no, that is not today's secret volcano. Villarrica, and that is what it was doing earlier. Let's refresh that. I just want to see what it looks like right now. It should be darker there, and or pretty close to being dark. And we'll see if that'll come back to life. It's loading. Sometimes it takes a little bit on this site. There we go. And yep, we definitely have some star movement, and no output whatsoever from Lascar. And there you can see as the light diminished, and nice stars though, a real good clear sight. Let's go back on that one. Next one, of course, Laguna del Male. We can't see a darn thing. Gonna leave that be. And the last one, of course, was our Villarrica. And you can see a little bit of puffing on the top here with a little bit of glow in there. So that is telling us that there is indeed some lava up in the caldera. So always interesting and nice to know that. Let's leave it be. I want to make sure I got these other ones back to smaller. There we do it. And we'll go over to our next one on the agenda. And that is our wonderful, which one is that? That is here, Merapi. Let's see if Merapi makes us happy. This is what we were seeing. Well, it's 6:54 a.m. there now. Unfortunately, it's not the greatest of views, but you know, it is what it is. When we go back a bunch of hours here, this is about an hour and a half ago or so, and we see that it was kind of bluish looking. The other one, the filter turned it green, kind of weird. But let's go back a little bit more and see if we can actually spot some lava. And I thought there were two places that I seen some. It wasn't really super visible, so let's try this one here, and we'll make that a little bit bigger there so you can see that. 2:58 a.m. and a glob of lava coming down. Merapi, yes, Merapi, gonna make you happy. And there you can see it, the glob fanned out. And of course, like I mentioned before, with all the previous lava that we had coming out of there. It has filled up those canyons, and pretty full, really. So once it gets out on top of the new lava layers, it of course spreads out very quickly, and that's kind of what we're seeing there. Let's see. There wasn't as much activity by any means, so from what we've seen in comparison to what we've had in the other ones in the past here. Let's see if we can get to this one here. Should be right around here. And I'm not even sure if, yeah, 46 minutes after midnight. This one was in black and white, I think. No, maybe it's in color too. Never mind. And there we can see it again. It gets down through that little bit of a canyon. Then it hits that effusive lava that has cooled off previously, and of course right away starts to spread out. So pretty cool. Let's see. Brian Robinson Chem Tool Incorporated. Huh? Brian Robinson Chem Tool Incorporated. Welcome, I think. Let's go and take a look at that channel real quick. Made today, brand new. Yeah. Brianna Robinson, not Brian Robinson. Always suspicious when we see those brand new channels. That was made yesterday. Kind of wonder what goes on. Be of good behavior, because our wonderful moderators will take care of any misdoings really quickly. Anyway, there we see a little bit more of that magma coming out, and then of course I think they had the camera changed. They zoomed in and went to black and white here. And let's see if we can get to the actual eruption. There they go. That is in their black and white format. You can see the lava bits coming down, bacon bits. And of course up top we do see what we've got there. It's glowing. It's going to throw down that wonderful lava. And if we expedite this a little bit, you can see it flowing. And let's see. Come on, flow. Well, maybe it won't flow. Maybe there's not enough lava up top there. Well, we do see a little bit coming down, but again, it's nothing really super. So this guy has slowed down a bunch. And even if we go back, way back in time, we see that the camera view was looking at it from the opposite side. So I'm going to leave it be there. Merapi not really making us happy today. And we'll leave that guy. We'll go other places. Let's go take a look and see what we've got over at our wonderful Mount Ruapehu. And Mount Ruapehu, of course, there with clouds all over it. Let's see what it looked like earlier. I actually seen the weird storm clouds above it, and I thought to myself, well, doesn't that look like the other day where we had that weird storm in the sunrise? It really kind of looks like that. So thank you, Sue, for that 1 minute warning. And yeah, this is that is from 10:51 right there. If we go back about another hour or so, you can see the clouds are really weird. We aren't seeing the volcano, and this is right at sunrise. Gives you a pretty good idea. There's our volcano there. It's hiding stormy clouds above it, but some sun glare shining through. And if we go to the actual sunrise spot, it did not look too bad. It's kind of an awesome looking shot, but not as glorious as the other one. Anyway, you guys, it is a time for me to go take a break, so we will make that smaller, and our next place that we will go on here will be the charts, and I'm going to make this one smaller as well, just so I know. and we'll get you back into the can lava for right now. And of course, after the break, we will have bacon seeds. Yay! We like bacon seeds. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here at Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Please hang around, hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. And of course, if you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing. On that friendly note, I will be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks, everyone. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Yes, I got them on sale, installed, and aligned. Awesome, Sue. Good that you got new summer tires. And too bad that you have to get new winter tires. Thank you for the welcome back. There, Sue and Kevin Haynes as well. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Kathy. And what's Wonky, Lost in Space, Donkey. Dr. Fox just met a local on Ganymede. He has an Irish accent and wearing a really old cloak, walking a goat. He asked me if asked me if I could see a guy named Gani that brews mead. Oh boy, you're really messing with things there, Trev, Mr. Wonky Donkey. You're gonna get in trouble. Anyway, I didn't realize that you could go wandering around there. I thought they didn't have an atmosphere on Ganymede, but hey, you know, who am I? I've not been there, so... Cynthia says, we missed you, Dr. Fox. Bring on the bacon seeds. Oh, you want bacon seeds? Ha! Okay, fine. Be that way. See if I can get some bacon seeds on here. It is that time, ladies and gentlemen. Time for our wonderful bacon seeds. Here's the first one, or the last one from yesterday. And then, of course, our wonderful Piggy sent a whole bunch of new ones. We'll see what she sent us. You know, it used to be she used to send about 6. Now she's sending like 10, which is really kind of cool. Anyway, there's Piggy sending them. She's maybe getting faster at typing or something. I have no idea. Anyway, there's... Oh, hang on. That's not the one we want to look at. There's the first one of the day. And... you know, I think we're still in the hat theme for some reason. That is a pretty neat looking, but I don't know about that pig. It seems to me something kind of weirdish there. Weird nose. I don't know what's going on there. I've never seen a pig like that. It's an Amish pig? Oh, Sue, well, thanks for clarifying that. Here's our next one. That one's got a birthday hat on and is, what do you call that? That's a 16-wheeler. For lack of better words, that is, the roller derby. The roller derby piggy. That hat gave it away. Okay. Let's keep going here. And we will go to this one. This is a French pig. Oui, oui. Anyway, that is all good. I like that. Oh, Le Chapeau. And let's go to the next one. Le Chapeau de Carson. If I said it right, I don't know. I can't remember. My French isn't that good. Happy birthday. Oh, cool. That is a birthday pig, of course. And that one is out in the garden enjoying itself. That's nice as a strange like too. Oh, cool. Next one is this one. Okay. All right. I'm a little confused. I can understand having 2 of those hats on for covering each one of the ears, but how come that one's got 3? I'm a little confused. but that's okay. Let's leave the confusion. We'll get to the next one and see what else we've got. And some more. Is there a party somewhere? Both of these are sticking their tongues out at us. How the heck does that work? A double tongue dispensing here, and that is pretty awesome. I gotta love it, you guys. Anyway, we'll get to our next bacon seed, and he thinks it's hilarious. This one, of course, has nice ears and is all warm. What? Gateau, anyone? Anyway, this guy looks happy. He's got his ear coverings and he's warm. He's wearing his winter jacket, so all good. Let's go over to the next one. And what the heck is this one got on his head? That's an interesting hat. It's velvet, and it looks like it's got some kind of a bow tie as well as a daisy and some purple stuff. I have no idea. What do you call that? Anyway, that's a pretty awesome looking shot. And he looks like he's coming a running, and that is cool. And let's get to our next bacon seed. What? Fasciantor? Okay. Fascinantor. Spring trooper. Topper? Spring topper. Okay, there we go. This guy's kind of cool. He is definitely a Texan. I think he's got his ranch hat on and his bandana. That is awesome, and you gotta love it. The Mad Hatter. And that is pretty cool. One more bacon seed to go. Let's have a look at our last shot for today. And this is the pool guy. And of course he enjoys playing in the pool. They even have a basketball net there. That's pretty awesome. Hogwash? Oh, you think that last guy needed a hogwash? Maybe. I think, yeah, you could be right. Especially if he's going to go in that pool. So I would recommend to bathe him first, and then he can go for a dip in the pool with his buddy here. I don't know if this guy's the lifeguard or what, but that's our last bacon seed for today, you guys. And now it's a time for our secret volcano. Let's go back over there, stop the automatic start on the thing here. Let's park that. There we go. And let's turn on that photo. And Oz just gifted another membership. Oz, thank you very kindly. That is very awesome to you. And I see Andy Morgan got that one. And that is cool. Let me turn off that little banner on the bottom because that is not, well, it's archived stuff, but anyway, all right. I see the first guess is Etna. That is incorrect. It's not Etna. And anyone else? And welcome, EC. Glad to have you on board. And let's see, Bob 1 and Bob 2. No, sorry, not Bob 1 or 2. And let's see. Oz is saying, you're welcome, Doc. Hugs, gang. All right. Let's see. Who else has got a guess in here? Raven, welcome. And let's see what we've got. It appears I was wrong. flew up and bounced off the International Space Station and crashed into the sand dunes on the coast of Ireland. Wow. Anyway, yeah, so come on, you guys. You need hints for this? This is so easy, and this one should be really, really easy. Oh, boy. And let's no. And yeah, I already see that. Okay, thank you, Arizona Snowman. I was just looking at that. And no, it's not Siggy or Siggy Fisher. Sorry, you guys. This is pretty easy, though. And it's not Siggy there, Kevin. It's not a Hawaiian volcano either. Sorry, Cynthia. But we need the volcano name, please. It's not Cumbre Vieja. Sorry. And all right. Are we ready for a hint yet? I will give you a hint. No, it's not Mount Ruapehu. And here's your hint. It is not in the Ring of Fire. I say again, it is not in the Ring of Fire. So there's your first hint. Wonky Donkey, and no, it's not Bob. Sorry. And not Bob 2 or not Mini Me or any of those. Sue! Oh, Sue, you just spoiled it. Sue, congratulations. And that is all good. Ted makes the Davis, you're pressing charges. How about we press that button? There. What happened? Yeah. I guess I pressed something too. But they weren't charges there, Mr. Ted. Oh, yeah. What is it with these people that come in here and, fastest hamster in town? Yeah, you know, I don't understand. But, you know, I want to say thank you, Ted, for that wonderful extra thing on there. Irish Monk should know. Yeah, well, we got the, Sue got it, so let's, it is I felt yokel, and let's give Sue the cookies for that. Sorry for the distraction. Yeah, Irish Monk should definitely know, and there it is. We got it. So I felt yokel, and that is the same one as yesterday, you guys. I tried to pull a sneaky fox trick, and about the only one that caught on was Sue. And Sue, I have to ask, how did you figure that out? It's all came to my mind, not in the Ring of Fire. Okay. All right, I'm not going to do that again. I won't tell you where it is tomorrow. That's the trick. Woo, Doc. And there we go. Yeah, well, sometimes we get things happening, and sometimes we don't. Because she is smart. Yeah. Well, yeah, she does pretty darn good, you know. She is a smart cookie. Not holding that back at all. I do have to admit that. So, all good. And let's carry on, though, with our wonderful stuff. Where the heck were we? We were going to go take a look at the chart for Taupo. And I did refresh that. I'm going to just hit that refresh button, make sure it's all up to date. There we go. And there we can see what we've got going on. So a little bit more activity, some small little rumblings there somewhere close by, but I don't think it's anything to worry about. And that is, of course, for Taupo area. The other one is a little bit to the north, and they too have a little increase there, but nothing really magical that's going to make us think this thing is going to erupt. Let's take a look at see what the weather is like, and there we go. No flea market, nope, sorry. We can see a whole bunch more of the lake today in comparison to what we had yesterday, but still unable to see in the background there where Mount Ruapehu is. So poor visibility in general, and a rainy, ducky day. That kind of reminds me of here, and makes me wonder. Anyway, this shot courtesy of Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. And let's leave that wonderful place. I'm going to make sure I got those smaller. Yep, I want to put that one back on live. There we go. And let's go over to our next place of fun. And that don't look like a good screen. How come we got no pictures? Looks like somebody has stolen the cameras. They're dead feeds. No? Let's go back a little bit, see if we can. Oh, there is a volcano there. And they did have some trouble trying to see the volcano earlier. And of course you can see what's going on there. Let me make that a little bit bigger so you can see it better. And you can see what's going on. Clouds. It's these things that are nasty. And for a while there it was even like this. And I thought, oh great, volcano gray. But prior to that we did have a little bit of a picture on the close-up. And that wasn't too bad. But I didn't see any real poppings here. You know, there's a couple in here, but I'm going to see if this one will work here. Yeah, just there's the cloud, there's the eruption. This was at 56 minutes after midnight their time there in East Java. This, of course, is a Simaru volcano. And it wasn't a bad shot, but that is what we've got. So yeah, and then right after that it went into the abyss of the clouds. Actually no, it stayed clear for a little while, then it went into the abyss of the clouds. But let's see if we can find a little bit more of that action. There really wasn't a heck of a lot going on. I did have that other video, so I'm gonna go pull that one up real quick. And it was a time lapse. It's not that long, so we can have a quick peek at it. Simaru, where are you? March 7th time lapse. And of course, oh, this had the music. Let me turn that down. There. Okay, and that should be all right. A little bit of music in the background. Anyway, this was the time lapse, of course, that I had put together. And it wasn't too bad. It gave you a little bit more of an idea of what it was doing yesterday, or in the, I guess on the 3rd, basically. So, nice stuff, though, anyway, coming out of there. No, hang on, it's not from the 3rd, it's from the 7th, my bad. Anyway, that is 7th/8th, because it's across the international timeline, or international date line. Anyway, it did look pretty cool. Give other people a chance. Yeah. Somebody, I'll not guess anymore. Okay, well, you can still guess, Sue, just maybe, yeah, if you want to give other people a little bit of a chance, that would be awesome and kind of you. Anyway, we did see a lot of these yesterday on the stream, but we didn't see them in a fairly repetitive or quick format like this. So it's nice to see these little pops, and they've been doing very well though, and I kind of like this little video. I thought it was kind of neat to throw that in there, and you know, you get a pretty good idea of what's going on. I'm still wondering if we're going to see that front area of that caldera collapse ever. I don't know how it's structured and how it built up, but it would be nice to see something pop off there. I just don't want anyone getting hurt, of course. Anyway, this video kept on going for a while, so I think it was 4.5 minutes, and that's it. So pretty cool to see that. So we'll go back to the real live thing, and that is it there. And really not that much more to talk about, and we'll go back to taking another look here. Let me go back just a little bit. We did see this little bit of bacon coming out of there, scooting down the hill, and then we had that little toss here, and it was just a little bit of lava being chucked out, some lava bombs. Nothing really super big or super severe again. So Doc has that vid on his channel showing this, folks. Yep. Okay, that is all right. Anyway, what happened to the rest of the people? Nobody else chatting, or just the moderator? Oh. Anyway, hopefully they're watching the channel. I'm going to ask them a secret question right away. It's either that or everyone's mad. All right, Bob, I see enough blue. Hang on and let other people have a chance to talk. Let's see if we can find a couple more little puffs. We did have one here, and we'll see. I'm paying attention. Okay. Let's see if we can get that to the right spot. Yeah, I think that is about here. And I don't know how much really popped up there when it did this eruption. I know there was a fair amount of smoke from it, but nothing really. Yeah, you can see just a very little puff there of lava coming up, and it looks like a heat plume as well as ash being thrown up. But again, you know, nothing really crazy or severe or anything that is going to make me want to write home saying, hey, massive eruption, right? So that is kind of it, and that's all I've got for Simaru. There were no other big eruptions. They did have it zoom back out, so we'll put this back on live, and as you can see, we aren't seeing anything on the camera views for some reason, but we do have a lot of seismic activity, and it looked like maybe an earthquake in here as well, as we can see it right there on that chart. So not sure what's going on there. No cameras visible. Maybe they've got a total blackout or something. Anyway, I will leave that guy be. Going to make that smaller and put you back over here on the canned lava for right now. And and that is not what we want to go to, and we want to go there. There we go. So that, of course, is Siggy Fisher, and that is from last year. I'm working on trying to get some new footage in here as well from some of the other shots from the old streams, and I'm hoping that we can make that happen, and we'll see. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you haven't hit that like button yet, give it a quick shot. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. And on that friendly note, I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. And we'll take a look at Japan next. Or maybe we'll take a look at Sicily next. Or Italy. We'll see. I'm going to actually check and see if yeah, we're not doing too much there at Stromboli. It's kind of up and down. Every once in a while you see a little burst, but nothing to really show. So we will go to Japan after. Let's leave her right there for right now. Keep smiling, play nice in the lava, hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Hit the subscribe if you haven't done that yet, and I will be back. Thanks. And I'm back. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. I see a couple people are taking off. A wonky donkey. You have a good night there, Trev. And MG2431 also saying good night, folks. No worries. And good night to you, MG. Take care. And thank you for the welcome backs from Cynthia and Sue and One Fish. And that's it. I'm waiting for Sharon Stewart to do that. Let's see. There it is. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. I don't know. I gotta make a different voice or try something different for that. And I'm there. Really? Okay. I'm here. Here? There. All right. Either whether you're here or there. Either way. Smooth. Yeah. You imagine that. Not as grumbly and gruff as it normally is. I tried. I've been practicing my singing. No, I haven't. Anyway, let's carry on with the show. A quick peek. Let's go up north, and that is Pavlov, up in the Aleutian Island areas, in Alaska. And that is what it was looking like. Let's see if we can refresh that. There it is. It's sticking through. Not the greatest of shots. Let's zoom that in a little bit and give you a better size there. Anyway, that is not bad. There, the other one, of course, this is the Great Sitkans. No, not the Sitkans. This is a Semi. Sorry, Semi. And let's see. No, not a very good shot from Semi. Let's go back to the other view here. And we didn't see any ash or anything like that in the volcano report from the National Weather Service up there. But we did want to have a quick peek at our wonderful... I want to make that bigger there. That is Shivelish. And you can definitely see the broken caldera area in here. It is rebuilding. It's still got a big V in the middle here, but I'm assuming that it will fill itself up and rebuild and kind of make things nicer again. This is from a little further away, and of course that is all we can see there. So, and this one is the medium a view, if you want to call it that, and that doesn't get that much bigger, but that's what we're seeing there at Shivelish, and that is pretty cool. And let's see, sing every day, Doc. Oh yeah, of course. My voice will totally go bananas. Let's see. I stick out, what? I'll stick it out to the end. A Lizoid. Hopefully you'll make it to the end. Anyway, how do I kill that? There we go. Got that done. So that's all we see there. Let's go over to Japan next. And darn it, that ice cream boat is just leaving. I was hoping to catch that before that guy took off. I guess we're going to have to wait for the next one. That ice cream boat is outbound. I know, bunch of sad faces here. We'll get the next ice cream boat when it comes. Don't you worry. I promise we'll get it. Anyway, volcano in the background here, though. That is kind of more important. That is Sakurajima, and we are in Japan. And that's what we're seeing right now. So not bad, but doesn't look like it's doing a heck of a lot. This, of course, being what they call the close-up cam. A little better view. It does look like it is off-gassing a little bit. Didn't see any eruptions during the night. It did look kind of not bad this morning though. Hang on, what do we got here? A little bit of a puff. Yep, and there is a little bit of a puff at 6:37. If we back that up just a light bit, see where that actually originated from. And looks like it created quite a bit of dust on top here. I wonder if I had some tephra throwing out there. Yeah, it really can't tell. Looks like it came out of that central vent, but a little bit of cloud hanging in there too. So that is what we had there. Let's go back a little bit more. So we did have some puffing action earlier, and not really heavy though. Looks like some heavy SO2 and other gases coming out of it. And let's see if we can go back a little bit more. There you can see more of it at 5:04 a.m. And not sure if it was doing it all night though. There's the nighttime shot. Thank you for the moonlight. And that is not too bad. Going back a little bit further. Again, what I'm looking for is glow in here to see if we see any lava. And it's definitely not throwing any lava out. So that is kind of what we've got happening there at Sakurajima. Close-up cam. There is the caldera right now. And that is looking pretty awesome. Crater cam, as they call it. Definitely a little bit more discoloration to the smoke or steam or exhaust, whatever you want to call it. Not that pure white stuff we seen coming out of there yesterday. So likely going to see some higher SO2 levels in the area, but we'll leave that be. That is a nice shot, and we like that. That's awesome. And I do want to point out too, you know, all that ash that we had covering everything, all of it, a lot of it seems to have been washed away by the rain already. We do see some accumulations in this area. It does look like there's still some ash sitting in there, but again, whenever you have any kind of ash sitting on the side of a caldera like this, and heavy rains, of course, that you end up with lahars, and lahars are no fun. And hopefully, you know, none of this has come down in any way, shape, or form to harm anyone. But neat to see. Let's make that one smaller. We'll go over to our next one. This one, of course, is Suwanoshijima, giving us the blue screen. And next one over, this is our wonderful ASO. ASO is off-gassing pretty good. Not sure if that's steam so much, and that looks like a lot of SO2 gas, but definitely very light in color. And we do know that the little caldera there kind of acts like a bowl. Every time it rains, it gets more water in it, and of course with the heated floor underneath that caldera, it causes it to turn to steam. There's also some off-gassing happening from that. Now, I got to remind everyone this is just a very small vent within ASO. So we are actually in the caldera, and that is a huge, huge volcano. So that is something to bear in mind. If we go back a few hours, we can kind of see when the sun came up, or was low on the horizon anyway. There we go. And you can see it was basically the same thing. Nothing weird or new. So I'll put that back on current time. Make that one smaller again. We'll go over to our next one, and that is Osama-san. And you can definitely see Sama-san is throwing out some gases. Still waiting for this thing to erupt. Hopefully it will. Did my chat break? I wonder. It looks like my chat is broken. It hasn't moved for a few minutes. Uh-oh. Anybody still out there? Echo, 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 echo. Oh, we are good. Okay, good. It's working, it's working, it's working. I hear the echoes, echoes, echoes. The Martian has landed, the Martian has landed. Yeah, no worries. Welcome back at Mars 2028. And Mars booked his trip to Rio. He could have just taken his rocket there. That would have been all right. Land up on top of the old sugar hat there and do your thing. Anyway, this was at 5:59 a.m. Hard to tell if there was anything coming out of there. And if we go back even further, I don't see anything. 4:11, and we go back into the moonlit night, and we can see just a little bit of off-gassing there. So I think this thing may have put on the brakes somewhat as well with its output. There you can see a little bit more at just about midnight. So that's kind of what we've got going on. Linda Schoof waving from the Lurkers Lounge. Welcome, Linda. I'm glad to have you on board. Don't forget to hit the like button, please. And let's go back over to the first one. I'm still waiting for that ice cream boat to show up. Darn it, the other one left. The other one, next one's got to come in from this side and dock there. All right, we'll wait for the ice cream boat shortly here. Let's go over to the other place that we like looking at, and that is Yellowstone. It stopped snowing. Yay! And there is our wonderful, a new recliner in the lounge. It's awesome. Yeah, yeah. That's great there, Linda. Anyway, this is a Yellowstone National Park, and of course we love Yellowstone. It's a nice place, and I've never been there though. I do want to put that on my bucket list. It is always pretty cool. I gotta do something here. I gotta check. I hear my computer revving, and there should not be a reason for it to rev up. And I'm wondering if, yep, that darn Microsoft Edge is running again. Don't understand why, but it's running by itself in the background, and it shouldn't be. And we'll get rid of it. There we go. All right, Microsoft Edge is gone again. Gremlins, yep. The Brazilian Aviation Agency hasn't approved Starship launches from their territory yet, but I'm working on it. Okay, well, I hope you can get permission to at least get a chunk of land there near the coast. And Brazil, of course, would be pretty cool because you can have an equatorial launch from there, and that will save you a little bit of fuel using the planet's rotation as a little bit of a booster. So that's all good. Anyway, not seeing this pop up yet. I'm wondering why. Did Old Faithful not pay attention to the time clock? We're supposed to have it erupting. What about the ice cream boat? They're not paying attention either. All right, let's, do we want to leave this, or do we want to let it go? No, I'll leave it on here. Let me do the volcano report, okay? How about we do that? And we'll get that out of the way. We'll start out with stuff from yesterday, late Sunday volcanic activity. 6 volcanoes on the list. Simaru, East Java, Indonesia. Yeah, it's a start. What? It starts. Of course it's going to start. We need gremlins in there. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, Simaru, East Java, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters, reported at 1,700. Cotopaxi has volcanic ash confirmed from satellite imagery to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, happened at 17:30 yesterday. Sabancaya still has its cloaking device on, and they are unable to detect it at 20:30. Popocatépetl in central Mexico. Volcanic ash seen on satellite and webcams to 17,500 feet or 5,300 meters, reported at 21:45. Suwanosejima exploded to 4,000 feet, 1,200 meters, and that was from 22:30. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia. Let's see. Reported confirmed in webcam and satellite imagery to 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters, reported at 2,300. And let's continue on. Look at the next ones here. For today's activity, 9 volcanoes on the list. Cotopaxi in Ecuador, and volcanic ash seen in a webcam to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at midnight. Reventador in Ecuador, sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 1:15 a.m. Occasional volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 12:30. Sakurajima erupted to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 1:30 in the morning. Sabancaya in Peru, and still hiding. Cloaking device activated and remains on at 2:30 in the morning. But later on we did see it. So they said continuous ash emissions to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters, reported at 13:45. Dukono on Halmahera Island in Indonesia. Continuous eruption with volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 2:45 a.m. And Simaru, East Java, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 5 a.m. Nevado del Ruiz, volcanic ash emissions emissions continue to 23,000 feet or 7,600 meters, reported at 6:30 this morning. And the next one is Suwanosejima. Again, it exploded. It keeps exploding. Unknown height of the explosion of the volcanic ash and cloud observed and reported at 8:15. And then it exploded again to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters, reported at 1,500. And I don't know, with all those explosions, there shouldn't be anything left. Popocatépetl, central Mexico, ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,700 meters, reported at 9:15 a.m. So that is your wonderful volcano report. Thank you, Sue, for sending that in. And that is awesome as usual. And, really not that much or major activity going on around the planet. It is what it is, and we will live with it. So, all cool, all awesome. Let's take a look back in Japan, see if our boat is in yet. No, we don't see the ice cream boat yet. Darn it. We'll go back here. I'm sure we're going to see the full-blown eruption at any moment in time coming out of this geyser. So I will leave it here for the break. And we'll see if we get a full eruption out of Old Faithful. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you're a decent person. And unless your name is Ted. And you want to call the... oh, hang on. I'll have you charged? No. Something. I can't remember what Ted said. But thank you, Ted, for the extra view. I really do appreciate it. Anyway. I'm going to go take a break. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes, you guys. Keep smiling, and we'll leave it right here. Throw some music on, and hopefully Old Faithful will dance to the music. I'll be back. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. We do have one of the bunnies eating right now in the dome. The bunny figured out I put it in there. Oh, target acquired. Wow, Oz. Oz just gifted another membership. And she had targeted Mars 2028 and got him. He has been nailed. And thank you very kindly, Oz, and a good shot. And Mars 2028 is now green. Congratulations, Mars. And there you go. And thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart, and thank you, Sue, and yep, that is pretty cool. And thanks, Diane, as well, and welcome. I haven't seen you for a while. Glad to have you on board. And yeah, that is absolutely wonderful that. Your targeting skills are excellent there, Oz. You got the bullseye. That is pretty cool. And just in time for our Old Faithful to actually kind of do its thing. Is it going to finally erupt? I think it's going. It's gonna faithfully blow. Maybe. I hope. Anyway, awesome to see you guys. So, that really a good shot there, Oz. I gotta really say, that is pretty cool. And thank you very kindly for supporting the channel that way. That's always very kind. Anyway, let's not dwell on Old Faithful. We've seen it before, and. A sharp pin, yeah, there you go. And at least, I hope you didn't push that into any fuel tanks or anything like that. Otherwise, we'd have some problems. Anyway, well, I'm still waiting for the other ice cream boat to come back. I haven't seen it, but let's go over and we'll do our earthquakes. Since we got to get this rolling, and I'm hungry. I want some food. Well, let's see. Or is it Old Faithful going to take off now that I want to leave? Yeah, sure. Erupt. There it goes. About time. There she blows, ladies and gentlemen. Old Faithful. Just as I was going to take off, it took its sweet time. And yes, that is pretty awesome. And yep, it is. And there is Old Faithful throwing out lots and lots of steam, worth the wait, I suppose. They're zooming out a little bit, trying to get more of it. It is a pretty high plume, and it's going straight up today. That did it, Doc. Definitely. That is pretty cool. So hopefully we'll see that screaming a little bit more. And by the way, did everybody see the buffalo or the bison, whatever you want to call it? It's a buffalo sitting right there. He's munching away on some green grass. So he's feeding himself, just so you know. And he's right there, all 12, what is it, 12 to 1,800 pounds, if not more. Big animals, some of them. So bison is unfazed. Yeah, you know, it really does look like it. He really doesn't care. Yeah, he's munching away. You can see him there, still doing his thing. A matter of fact, he's getting a little closer. He says, oh, that grass blade is a little bit nicer over here. But, yep, that's Old Faithful for you. So let's leave her be. and that is pretty nice to have seen it shoot up and out, and it will just get less and less from this point inward or onward, so no worries. And yeah, just double check for the ice cream boat, still don't see it. Let's go over and do our earthquakes. Wolves do sometimes take down the adult bison. Mars, it depends on how many wolves there are, and if the bison is sickly or strong. A strong bison is not an easy target, even for about a dozen wolves. So I would kind of go, be careful. Anyway, let's leave Yellowstone and we'll go over and we'll take a look at the earthquakes for today. As usual, we'll start up in the top areas here. Nothing new on the Kamchatka Peninsula. We are looking in the Aleutian Islands though. Tanaga Island, nothing new there. We do see this guy here, 4.5, 85 kilometers east-southeast of Attic, and that's from 8:54 a.m., 46 kilometers down for that guy. Nothing really in danger there or anything, so let's carry on. We do see some small ones here, 3.1, 4:09 a.m., 36.9 clicks down. Nothing really major. Nothing over here at Aniakchak. Let's take a look at a Trident volcano. Nothing new there. Nothing at what the heck is that one? Katmai. What's Katmai called? Oh, never mind. I'm kidding. It's a Katmai. Going over here, Queen Charlotte Islands had a little quake of 4.3. Tidal wave? Nah, I don't think so. No tsunami warning. We don't need for the rest of it to load, so let's get rid of that page. And that is there. I think that's far enough north. You're not going to feel it for a bob down on the south of Vancouver Island there. Anyway, sliding down the west coast of the U.S., we don't see anything all the way down. Nothing until we get down here to Chile, and we had a 4.6 down here in Chile from yesterday at 2034, 37.7 kilometers down, and that one will likely be off the map fairly soon. I wanted to zoom in here. How big is this one? 3.3, and that's in Texas, not New Mexico, but that's okay. 2.5 and 2.7. So we are still seeing some activity there. Still don't know why, but that's okay. We did see another quake down here in the eastern, southeastern Pacific Rim of 5.9, and that came in at 2 minutes after midnight, 10 kilometers down for that guy. We don't see anything over here in New Zealand at all. Nothing till you get out here to Tonga, 5.1 at 8:14 a.m., 55.1 kilometers down for that one. Papua New Guinea had another little one, 4.7, 38 minutes after midnight, 75.7 kilometers down for him. We don't see anything in Sumatra or along the Java, nothing that is new. Looks pretty empty over there. We do have a couple here. This is Indonesia, still 4.3 from 8:30, 119.9 kilometers down. The other one is Molucca Sea, and that is kind of, I guess, well, is that Philippines or is Molucca Sea still a part of Indonesia? Anyway, 18:13 was the time on that, 4.5. 74.8 kilometers down for him. Don't see anything else over here in Taiwan, nothing in the lower portions of the Japanese islands either. But Japan did have a couple of quakes. Tokyo is here, and this is up to the north of Tokyo, 4.3, and that came in yesterday at 20:05 and 127.6 kilometers down. This one on the other side, 4.9 from 1414, and that's 8.8 kilometers down for him. And moving up again, Kamchatka, nothing there, nothing in China. We do see this one here, would be India, 3.8, small guy, 2:58 a.m. and 10 kilometers down for that. The other one here in Afghanistan, 4.2, 6:02 a.m. or sorry, 16:02, not a.m. That's p.m. 4 p.m. their time, and 118 kilometers down for that one. We are still seeing some interesting quakes here in Africa. Zambia had a 4.7, and I'm wondering if that's got something to do with the continent breaking apart. Anyway, 10:05 was the time on that, 4.7, and that was 10 kilometers down. That really isn't on a fault. I could expect a break here somewhere or something, one of these lines, but what is this in the middle of nowhere? You know, it doesn't make much sense. This one, though, we can understand that's on a fault. 4.4, Ethiopia, from 5:36, 9.8 kilometers down. And then we've got this one, and that's the Owen fracture zone, 4.7, yesterday's from 22:03, and 10 kilometers down. And then we do see this one up in Turkey, 4.5, and that is 14:20 time-wise, and 13.8 kilometers down for him. And this one is to the west of Greece, and that is a 4.4, 69 kilometers southwest of whatever that place is. I hear seagulls. I heard them earlier. Boy, are they ever loud when they fly over in a big group. Anyway, that one was 45.4 kilometers down from 23:53 yesterday. So that is all we've got for earthquakes right now. I don't see anything else on the map anywhere. We got this guy. Hey, let's go to Hawaii real quick and see what's shaking there. And there is the big island of Hawaii. And we'll take a look at the Pahala area first and see what we've got popping there. We'll grab this guy. That is, what is it? A 1.8 from 4:58. Pahala area, everything's 26 to 37 kilometers down. If it's different, I'll mention it. That anyway, 4:59 for that 1.8. The other one out in the water, 1.7 from 1:09 a.m. Then let's grab these. 1.8 from 10:50. Then we've got a 2.1 from 22:06 yesterday. This one is 1.9, 6:02 a.m. and it's a little deeper. It's 49.6 kilometers below sea level. This one 1.8 from 15:04 today. 2.7 from 7:19 a.m. and we've got a 1.8 from 13:11. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Looking in the wrong place. And then we got this guy from 1.8 from 13:10, and the largest one that we've seen there, 3.8, and happened at 3:58 a.m. And that is a 3.8 in size. Let's go over and grab these other ones. I didn't see these out here before. This one is a 1.9, 46.8 kilometers down from 222. There we go. This one is 1.8 from 14:50, 27.2 clicks down. This one over here is 2.0 from 7:50 a.m. 40.1 kilometers down. I don't think there's any others out there, so we'll leave those be, and we'll get closer to our Kilauea. Let's grab these ones on the bottom first. 1.8, 5:54 a.m., and that is 1 kilometer above sea level. This one is a 1.8 from 12:05, 28.2 kilometers down for him. And this one is a 1.7 from yesterday at 21:01, 800 meters down. This one is yesterday's as well at 23:41. It's a 1.9, 1.1 kilometer down. This guy is today's at 8:39, 1.4 clicks down, 1.7 in magnitude. Next one, we've got a 1.8 from 3:10 a.m., 600 meters above sea level. So that's getting up a little bit closer. This one is a 1.5 from 13:48, 300 meters below sea level. This guy is a 1.9 from 12:44, 300 meters below sea level. This one is an 1.8 from 16:10, and that is 1.7 kilometers below sea level. The next one, a 1.9 from 3:34 a.m., right at sea level. And then we've got this, a 1.9 from 1909, and that is 2.1 kilometers below sea level. Next is a 1.9 again from 1949 yesterday, 3.6 kilometers below sea level. This one is another 1.9 from 1949 and 3.8 clicks down. This one is a 2.2 from yesterday at 21:57, 4.1 kilometers down. This is a 1.9, 5:48 a.m., 700 meters below sea level. We'll get these. This is a 1.9 from today at 5:13 a.m., 2 kilometers down. 2.2, 3:48 a.m., 2 kilometers down. This is a 2.3 from 3:37, and that is a 2.3 kilometers down as well. And a 1.9 there, 2.7 kilometers down from 9:52 a.m. And this guy, 1.9 from 17:42, 1.8 kilometers down. So are we going to see anything happening there? I certainly hope that we'll get some more stuff going. Time to check my hate comments. Oh, wow. Yeah, David, that's why I never delve into anything that's political. That's why we have that rule, no politics, right? That way you don't get those kinds of comments. But I guess it is what it is. And I mean, free speech there, they can certainly do that. But we try to stay focused with what we've got here. Anyway, let's look at our next shot, and of course that is the Canary Islands, and refreshing that real quick. Want to see if there's anything up north. No, we don't see anything on the East Azores fault. Zooming in here a little bit, we do see one flashing here from 2:28 a.m., and that being the latest one. That's kind of weird. And that is a 2.0, and that is how far down? That is hang on, why? Oh, that's 9 kilometers down. There we go. There's another one right beside it. That's what it was picking up. So, yep, that's the latest one. Nothing major to concern yourself with, though. And a quick look at what we've got here in La Palma for today. We only have one new quake, and that is this guy. And that is a 1.3 from 25 minutes after midnight, 6 kilometers down. This other one, we may have missed it from yesterday. That was from 22:24, and that's a 1.6 out in the water, 1 kilometer down. And kind of odd, but it's there, so interesting. that's it for our earthquakes. Let's mosey on over to our SO2 map and see what we've got going on there. We'll start it out anyway. I'm going to refresh that map and see what we got happening. And let's start out, of course, up here on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Looks like Shivalish is doing its thing. We do have a plume, and that is basically what's causing it. And I don't know if any of the other volcanoes, Bezimiani has not been very active as of late, so I'm thinking that is all Shivalish, and we'll leave that be. Zooming back out, we do see a big swirl here, so we know there's some rain cleaning the air for us. Anyway, looks like a little bit of SO2 in Alaska and into the Northwest Territories, but looks like most of Canada, including Ontario, is doing pretty good. We do see a different circulation over here, still pulling that SO2 down from the north, and that is going across Quebec and the St. Lawrence Seaway, getting into Nova Scotia and those areas, and kind of sitting there being gobbled up as the rain continues to fall. So for the eastern portions, but Great Lake regions look pretty clean. Most of the U.S. Pretty normal for what we've got. Popocatépetl is definitely throwing out more SO2 gas. We can see that sitting over top of the Gulf of Mexico. So Popocatépetl picked up the pace a little bit. And let's see, our other ones from not seeing any extra stuff coming from Guatemala. That looks like pretty quiet. Looks like Nicaragua, and of course there in Costa Rica throwing out a little bit extra, and that is going into the Pacific. Also looking at South America here, that'll be Nevado del Ruiz throwing out some SO2. Sabancaya would be right there, and that is getting washed out of the air, which is good. And then of course some rain in that area. Of course we also see the stuff from Chile, and some of that is industrial as well as volcanic, and we see that flowing across Argentina and then getting into the Atlantic Ocean. Let's see. Okay, we've got this funny squiggle here. Remember yesterday we had a kind of a weird design going on there. Not seeing too much from White Isle Volcano, not much from Leo's refinery there, and yep, looks like they might still have some fires burning. And Oz, if you're still here, you guys got big fires going on? That's what I was going to ask, because yesterday we seen a huge plume here in Queensland and the Northern Territory area, and of course we're seeing a southern South Australia area here as well now. So I'm wondering if there's some fires going on there, throwing out lots of SO2. We know the coking plants are still working. And let's see, over here we have Tofua doing its thing. Yasur not so bad. Aoba and Gawa still pushing. Papua New Guinea doing its thing, not much. Luotolak is still working away. Simaru picked up the pace a little bit more. Hard to tell what's coming from Merapi, because that is drifting to the west right there, and Jakarta drifting to the west as well, and we see what's going on there. It's covering up. Jakarta is going to dump all that over into the Indian Ocean, so that'll be good. Okay, going up, and we see Sinabung still throwing out some SO2, very little from the other guys. Ibu and Dakono working away, and it is technically break time. So what we'll do is finish this off just going up the coast. We'll finish off the rest afterwards. Good night, Kevin Haynes. You take care. Let's see. What is over here? Mayon and Bulasan doing their thing. And then we've got, of course, Manila throwing out most of that, and Taal volcano. It is a Pepsi break time. I will take the break as soon as I get up to the Kamchatka Peninsula. We see more off-gassing here from our friends out in the water, and that's the Japanese islands. And of course this plume here from Suwanoshi-jima. This one would be from Sakurajima. There's a Sakurajima right there, and you can see how bad it looks. And ASO is delivering some of that. There is ASO, all of ASO. It's a huge caldera. And going up a little bit more, we see a little heavier area right in here. That's of course coming from Asama-san. Asama is about 100 kilometers to the east of Tokyo. So that is what we're seeing there. And going back up to the Kamchatka Peninsula, yep, it certainly does look like it's coming from up there at our wonderful Shivlish. No, that's not Shivlish. That is on Talbaki volcano. Where's a Shivlish? Oh, they gotta have a picture there. Yeah, well, it could be something coming from Klyashevskoy as well. But this one should be Shivlish. Yeah. No, that's not Shivlish either. I wonder where Shivlish is. Huh. Okay, well, I'll leave that be. Anyway, that is all good. We'll come back and finish off the SO2 map after the break. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit the like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing if you feel that we've earned it. I'm going to go take a break. I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Thanks. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And you see, Cananaska's country just popped in. And thank you, Oz, for letting me know there that there's some big mines and stuff out there. That could be what caused it. And thank you for the welcome backs from Cananaska's country and Sue and One Fish 26 and Mars 2028. And I hear you, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. One day I'm going to surprise all of you with her real voice, if she's willing. I'm still waiting for that. It doesn't have to be a long audio file. Oh. Anyway, let's carry on and keep doing our thing. And of course, we want to get back to the SO2 map. So we'll park that lava right there and go back over to this map. And what we were referring to, of course, is this plume here. And that was pretty heavy. And that kind of moved down, but it was curled down lower than where you are, Oz. So interesting. Anyway, we did mention the Australian stuff already. We don't see very much at Melbourne. We know from the coking plants that is still off-gassing, but this is residual stuff from yesterday as well. And that, of course, was all the way out here. So I'm still kind of trying to figure out what would have caused it, right? But that's okay. And we did most of that, so we'll leave that alone. And we'll look at India. Pretty normal stuff there. And we'll go down here and look at South Africa. They're still doing their gold smelting. And here in Democratic Republic of the Congo, we still have our two volcanoes doing their thing. Almost looks like Eruption has picked up its pace a little bit, unless that's some flow back from the stuff that we had yesterday there from the refineries. We do have oil refineries making these spots here: Kuwait, Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia. So they're all responsible for most of that. And looking in this area, this is Mount Etna's stuff drifting to the north. So that is kind of hiding Stromboli's stuff, but it is certainly adding to it, and I'm sure Volcano is still off-gassing as well. Looks like most of Europe is pretty good, though. We've got Spain and Portugal, France, England, Ireland, Scotland, and those places are pretty clear. Same thing with Austria and Switzerland and most of the northern portions of Italy. And Germany, not that bad. Poland, a little bit heavier, and that's okay. The other countries here, Romania, Hungary, and Slovakia, look pretty clear as well. So pretty good for them. And a little bit down here, actually it's a lot better now, since most of that is washed out of the air. But we see a little bit down on the bottom of Norway and Sweden and into Finland. Northern portions, though, are starting to look a lot better. Iceland pretty much back to normal, nothing heavy duty there. So we just got to wait for some of that stuff in the north to dissipate. We need rainstorms up there to get rid of that. Not snow, but rain. Rain will wash it out of the air. So let's leave that be. We will get over to our weather map, and we'll take a look and see what we've got weather-wise. And we'll start out here in the northern portions. Here in Alaska, we see temperatures up to about 13, 14, maybe even 15 degrees in a couple of places. I did see a 15 in there. That is awesome. And very northern shores, though, still below freezing, -5. Looks like the lowest temperature. Not quite as warm there in the Yukon today, but still a relatively good day. We are still seeing a lot of heat there, and I'm really amazed at this, that we're still seeing up to 18, 19 degrees up in the Northwest Territories. That is awesome. Let's take a look at British Columbia, northeast corner, up to 18, and some places are pretty good. Central areas, 13, 14, and Vancouver sitting at 15. Did talk to my mother today. She said, yeah, not a bad day. And of course, about anywhere from 13 to 15 over there for Bob over on the Rock. And looking at Edmonton, coming in at 13 right now with all that rain we had, only 10 in Calgary. Let's see, Lethbridge a little bit warmer at 13, Medicine Hat 14, 15, 16. And where's Kananaskis Country's Swift Current? There it is, 15 degrees in Swift Current. And moving over, we do see the temperatures are much nicer up in the north right now. Winnipeg coming in at about 10, 11 degrees. Judy M got about 10 or 11 as well. We are still seeing cooler temperatures around the Great Lakes, but things are starting to improve. That cold looks like it is moving instead of coming down straight over Ontario. It's now coming down over Quebec and Labrador and keeping the eastern area cold. Toronto coming in about 10 degrees roughly, give or take a little bit. 13 in London, and Detroit coming in about 13 as well. Chicago about, well, they're getting cold from the Great Lakes there. Michigan is cold. Anyway, that is 10 degrees there, and about 10 or 11 for Henry as well. Going over, looking at Montreal 8, Quebec City 6. We are seeing down to 0 degrees there in some places in New Brunswick, and not so warm there for Sioux. We got about 4 degrees, 5 degrees in Halifax, 4 in Cole Harbour. We see that low sitting here. That low has got to go. And once it takes off, it'll be better. Let's see what Sydney coming in at about 4 as well. We do see over here on the Cabot Trail area, -1. So those poor Cabot Patch kids are going to be cold. We are still seeing -1, -2 in some places in Newfoundland, but the Avalon Peninsula slightly warmer, up to 6 degrees in some places, but 4 about the average. And looking up there, looks like -8 in northern areas of Labrador. We are seeing -1 or 2 or 3, 4, depending on where you're looking. And looks like pretty good in most places in northern Quebec, with the exception of this little area. Down to a -10 degrees in some spots. Not that great, but hey, let's keep going, and we will take a look over here at Portland, I guess, 13. Seattle is coming in at about 15, 14. Spokane, about 14 as well. Eugene, about 12. Let's take a look at Sacramento, 19 degrees, and that's not bad. 16 in San Jose. San Francisco coming in at about 12 degrees right now. Looking at about 17 or so there in Los Angeles. Death Valley coming in at about 30, well, depending on where you hold your hamster, 31, 32 degrees. I see the top temperature in there about a plus 35. So not too bad for them. Las Vegas, 25, 26 degrees for there. Mexicali coming in at about 26, and they've got some 30s down close by. About a 29 in Phoenix, Tucson coming in at about a 27. Albuquerque is about 24 degrees right now, sliding down to the bottom of Texas. Corpus Christi 25 right now, 28 in San Antonio. Houston coming in at 24, Austin 22, Dallas 26 as well. Oklahoma City about 25 degrees for them right now, very nice there. And we see New Orleans sitting at about 25, Little Rock 25 as well. Not bad temperatures, pretty nice all the way through. Miami coming in at about 24, Orlando coming in at about 23, and 24 in Jacksonville. Atlanta 23 degrees today, that's really nice. Charlotte, North Carolina, get it out of there, at 21 degrees. And really coming in at 21 as well for Grandma B, that's not bad. One fish getting sweating for some reason. 19 degrees there in Virginia Beach. Baltimore is about 19, Washington 21, Philadelphia is 19, 18, and New York coming in at 17, and Boston coming in at 14. And let's go down and we'll check in Mexico, see if we can find some really, really hot temperatures and find the biggest ones for today. Anywhere from 17 to 19 in Mexico City. Let's take a look down here. I already see a 36. There's a 37. So, yeah, a 37 in Mexico. Do we have anything warmer there? 35, 36. No, I think a 37 is going to be our topper. 37 degrees so far. And that is what we've got going on there. That's not bad. Looking over here, yeah, up to 36 degrees in some areas around the Yucatan. Acapulco coming in at about 29 degrees. Over here at Cancun, 26, 27 with some wind sliding down through Central America. We can see those nice temperatures anywhere from about 26 to 30 degrees as we cruise on through. Looks like Colombia still holding 30, 31, 32 degrees in some places. Going up the river valley, the further up we go, the cooler it gets. Not so bad for them there. And about 29, 30. We see a 33 in there as well, but pretty average, about 29 degrees there for Venezuela. 30 degrees maybe if we go out here. That is not bad. And looking at the jungles, anywhere from 24 to about 27 degrees there in Colombia. Guayaquil coming in at about 28 right now. And let's see, 25 there. Yeah, pretty normal. 22 to 25 there for the jungle areas. We do see the mountains are a lot colder, so that is interesting. Bolivia, same thing, 24. Looks like down here we're getting 16, 17, but in the interior portions, 24 degrees, 23 degrees. That's not that bad. And getting out here, looking at Rio de Janeiro, Mars, and there you go, 22 degrees right now. And Sao Paulo coming in at about 18. We do see up to 24 there in some places, 25, 26 up in the jungles. Looking at Buenos Aires, only 15 degrees. Paysandú coming in at about 15 as well. We've lost a lot of that really hot temperature that they had there in Argentina. It looks like a cold is moved in. Yep, very, very cold. And let's go over to another cold place. 24 Okay, they said 22 on the map. Thanks. Anyway, Christchurch sitting at about 17, 18. Looks like the west side is still very cool in comparison to the eastern side of the island. Not sure what this system is doing here. It looks like a ridge line or something building up there. Wellington coming in at about 17 degrees. We've got that major flow from the north there, so that is pretty difficult. Hastings is coming in at 18. Auckland sitting there at 19. Taupo coming in at about 15. A Bay of Plenty about 19 degrees, 18 over here on the eastern side by a little bit, and same out there, 19 degrees on the volcano area there. There's a big low. Boy, that big low needs to go away. We are seeing about 13 degrees in Hobart. Coastal areas about 13, 14, nothing really crazy. Interior anywhere from about 6 to 12 degrees. Melbourne coming in at about 14 as well. Canberra coming in at 11, that's not so warm. 14 in Adelaide. Sydney coming in at about 18. And Brisbane coming in at 20 degrees for Oz. Can you bring up the Pacific temperature, please? Pacific Ocean temperature? I'm not sure what you're referring to as a Pacific Ocean temperature. We are seeing the temperatures. What are you looking for specifically, Oz? You've got, we do land-based weather and not ocean weather. But it's cold in places. There's a 5-6 degrees down here. Not good. 20 there, so the map is pretty much dead on. Yeah, ocean temperatures, I don't know how to switch it to just ocean temperatures. What we've got here is it's 2 meters above ground, so I'm assuming that is air temperature, not ocean or water temperature. No, question mark, no oceans. Not on this one. I can't switch it to ocean water temperatures. It doesn't have them. Not on here anyway. Let's see, a sea surface. Here's a sea surface. If you want to look at that. And that is the sea surface, and we can see 24 degrees there just off the coast. Around Brisbane, 24, 23 for your ocean temperature. Yeah, that's but not normally something I want to be looking at. Otherwise, this show will take way too long. If you know what I'm saying. Anyway, that is what you got there. So you can change it in Ventuski or Ventusky. We go with the standard that they give us. So, but anyway, that is what we got. Looks like about 28, 27, 28 in Fiji, Vanuatu about the same as normal, maybe a slightly cooler, still slightly cooler there in New Caledonia, and Papua New Guinea getting back to normal temperatures. Looks like a slightly cooler there in Papua New Guinea as well. Not quite as hot there in our wonderful East Indonesia either. Java, pretty normal. Like they're not getting the 30-degree temperatures. Mind you, it's early in the morning, so you got to wait for the things to heat up. And let's see, we got Bangkok coming in at about 28, 29 degrees, it says here. How come the weather map is so much different than what Sue brought up? 32? Well, I don't know. That looks completely off. Am I on the right day? 1800 my time. Yeah, it says 28. They got 32. That is not right. Something's not right. And what about over here? We're seeing about 28 in Manila as well, and the Philippines. Maybe they aren't very fast with this map. I have no idea. Anyway, Kagoshima, about 18 degrees right now. Yeah, I think there's a double L in there, but that's okay. That should work. No, single L, sorry. Manila. Yeah, it's saying 32 as well. That's weird, Sue. What about Singapore? There's a Singapore. 29 degrees, it says, for Singapore. If you bring Singapore up, what does that come up as? I'm wondering, because that is really odd. Okay, maybe. Okay, we'll see if it comes up. 30 degrees. Okay. Well, that's closer. Yeah, that's a little bit weird that we're seeing the differences in temperature. You know, I can understand 1 or 2 degrees, but when you start looking at 4, you have to start questioning things. We see that big circulation up here, and I have to wonder about that. Hopefully it'll go away. We see 15 in Tokyo, and going at Sapporo, we see about 14 degrees up there. We see that nasty low south of the Kamchatka Peninsula. And it is a break time, you guys. Looking at what we see here, up to 12 degrees on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Some of the colder areas are still -1 or 2 in the higher elevations. Let me take a break. We will get back to the rest of the stuff after the break, and that'll be the rest of the temperatures, as well as looking at our precipitation, and then we'll find that coldest spot. So far, Mexico City, or south of Mexico City, with the 37 degrees seems to be the highest point. Anyway, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. Here comes some music. And the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. So I just realized it. Yep, it should have been at 2200 on mine, and not 1800. So that may have made a difference. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs from Mars 2028 and Cananaska's Country and Sue and Onefish 26. Thank you, and we'll get back over to our weather map and take a look and see how much of a difference that made. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. Let's pause that lava and let's see. There we go. We got a little bit more temperature in there now. Oz throws in we asking in regards to El Nino versus La Nina and the ocean temp associated. Doc, thanks. That push pull. Well, okay, Oz, give me a second here. We'll take a look at that. Oz, Australian 10, there we go. And all right, if you want to look at that, like, let's look here. And we know typically with La Nina, we end up with this cold circulation here, and we typically see more of a definite or defined V pattern in here with the trade winds blowing from the east to the west in that triangle, and that is what we are still seeing. So we are indeed still seeing what we refer to as La Nina, and that is what's going on. It's once that current turns around and blows the other way and the trade winds go from west to east, then you'll have El Nino. But right now, we are still picking up the cold water temperatures here, and that is pushing up into here and causing all kinds of mischief, if you want to call it that. But we see most of that flow coming from the east going to the west, and that can definitely cause different weather patterns around all over the place, and that is what we're kind of seeing. And so yeah, it's still La Nina, for a lack of better words. And now that I've corrected the time, I'm seeing 31:32 there, and Manila as well, so that makes a little more sense. And our high temp spot is now over here in Myanmar at 38 degrees is what we're seeing as well. So I just wanted to point that out. That is pretty hot for them. India is up at 35, 36, 37 in some places as well. Quite warm. So that is pretty wild. And Madagascar, not too bad, a little cooler than normal. Cape Town coming in at 13 there. And let's see what we've got for highs there in the Sahara Desert. 34 looks like about the highest area. And there it is. Yeah, that's what we're seeing. 34 is the highest temp. Looks like Saudi Arabia and UAE are starting to warm up really well now. 30-degree temperatures in the UAE, 31 in some places. Oman has got up to 33 along the coast there. So pretty awesome to see the temperatures going up. Baghdad coming in at 23. I'm just checking for hotter temperatures here. Yep, you're welcome there, Oz. 16 in Cairo, we see this low sitting on top of Libya, pulling down the cold air. That is not good for them. And a high sitting over here, keeping the cold air in place right at the Morocco slash Algerian border. So Tunisia a little bit on the cold side up there as well. Not so good for those guys. Baghdad 23, northern or Turkey, eastern Turkey coming in at 6 degrees there. Let's zoom in a little bit. Malatya coming in at about 11 right now. And Adana is 13 degrees. Let's see if the map matches. Says about 15 degrees there. I don't know. Still a little bit off, but they've got 17 showing there, so I'm not close. 17, 15, that's okay. A couple degrees, I can understand that. 17 in Athens and Redanzo, where our wonderful Oz is, it says 8 here, and again, I have to question it. 8, why is that saying 12 degrees? So hopefully that is okay. Catania coming in at about 16, and some of the other places 16 as well. So the weather map is off. The weather guessers aren't right. 17 and Naples, Rome coming up to a 14. Going up here, looking at Milano coming in at a 15. Looking at what we've got in Madrid, about 19 degrees right now. 18 there in Lisbon. Aurelio's house coming in at 13 degrees, not that warm. And looks like not too bad for most of France. Nantes has got about 14 degrees, Tanto's home, and about 14 in Paris as well. Getting over here to Munich, we only see 8 degrees. Moving up, looks like a 13 up here in Frankfurt. Cologne coming in at 14. Yvonne Kunkel's house at about 14. OFU Lux about 10 or 11 degrees there in Luxembourg. 13 in Brussels, and looking at those, looks like anywhere from about 10 to about 14 degrees, 13 degrees for the most part there in Belgium. Amsterdam coming in at about 13, and we see some 14s up there in the northern parts. Nice for them. Berlin 7 degrees. Hamburg coming in at 8. Pardon me. And Copenhagen 9 degrees for them. Aarhus about 10 degrees, so some nicer weather for those guys. Oslo 7 degrees. Stockholm a little chillier at 6. St. Petersburg 8. Moscow coming in at about 3 degrees. London with about 12 or 13 degrees right now, and Wales about the same. Leeds coming in at 12. Glasgow is 10. Aberdeen 10. Looking at Dublin, Ireland, we see about 9 or 10 degrees there, and about 10 over on the other side according to the map, unless we go out in the water. There it's 12. So yeah, we can split that difference, 12 and 10. We'll call it 11. Anyway, getting up to Iceland, looks like still a little on the chilly side, but hey, 9 degrees in Reykjavik, according to this, and I think the area is about safe to say that. 9 degrees, that is agreeable. All right, well, still a little cold, but it's at least the map and the weather guessers agree. Let's move it over to precipitation. We'll take a quick look and see what we've got here. There's some snow and stuff, rain coming into the southern portions of Alaska, and some rain and snow mix up in the central regions as well. Yukon central regions, some snow going all the way into the colder parts of Northwest Territory, and then rain in some of the other places. Looking real quick here in British Columbia, we do see some rain up north, but down here in the southern portions, some thunderstorms banging through north of Kamloops, and those are pretty big. I don't see too much Vancouver Island's got some rain, of course, to be expected. And moving out here into Alberta, and we see some thunder boomers around Edmonton. Yes, we know those exist. They are there. I heard them. Didn't see any lightning, and we still have a rainbow on the Bree cam. It's not very heavy, but there was a rainbow, fairly heavy rainbow earlier, so pretty cool on the other channel. And some more thunderstorms out here to the east of Calgary. I'm not sure where that system is going to go. Looking at the flow patterns, it looks like it's blowing southward here and northward there, and kind of circulating right in this area. So Lethbridge getting some thunderstorms as well. I don't know about swift current. No, no rain there right now, according to this. And you don't want lightning. That could start more fires. Well, if we got lots of rain coming down, though, that is the important part. And you know, if we get lightning here now, that's not that big of a deal, because we're totally soaked. We got some good rain today. Anyway, some showers there in Manitoba as well, and not so much in Ontario, and it looks like it's pretty good for Quebec as well. We do see some snow in Labrador, and then when we get out here, we see that low sitting just south of Newfoundland, and it looks like most of Newfoundland is getting a rain, and the eastern portions of Nova Scotia as well. So yeah, that soaking was really good today, Sue, and I'm very happy. I went out and moved the bunny food into the shelter. Anyway, looking at the U.S., we got isolated spots of rain all over the place here, from northern California all the way up to the Canadian border, throughout Washington and Oregon and into Idaho, and even there in Wyoming and northern portions of Utah, Colorado, and the northeast. As I got some, I do see a few little sprinkles in North Dakota, and getting over into Minnesota area and Iowa. They've got some stuff going on there. We do see some stuff down here by the Great Lakes and Ohio and those places. So not too bad. And then we see Kansas. No, that's Kansas here. What is this? Missouri? Anyway, right in there. Thunderstorms. And Texas has got some isolated thunderstorms, nothing really massive or major. And then that is going in from Mississippi and Louisiana down here. And also seeing some storms and at the bottom end of Alabama. Nothing out on the the coasts of Florida. We do see some stormy stuff here in looks like Cuba and what is it, Dominican Republic, etc. A bunch of the different islands are getting some rain. Central Mexico, we see getting some more rain in there, and southern portions. I'm surprised we're not seeing more along the Yucatan though, because of those higher temperatures. Let's zoom back out a little bit, look at South America real quick. Yep, a rainforest area to be expected. Rain in, of course, Colombia, Brazil, as well as Ecuador and Peru. A little bit there in Bolivia, nothing too bad, but a good chunk of Brazil is dry, and south of Sao Paulo we see a little bit there at, what is it, Curitiba, if I said it right, I have no idea. A little bit there. And it looks like most of Argentina, not bad. And then we see the stuff along the Chilean coast, of course, bad. And we see this nasty storm coming closer to them. And here is, oh my God, look at this. And that is not good. That's that low producing and pulling all that cold air in, this high on the other side, pushing the warm stuff in. And what happens? You get a big storm. And that is covering pretty much of all of New Zealand for the most part. So not good for them. And I'm looking here, some rain in Tasmania. Looks like it's raining in Melbourne. Southern end of Australia's got some rain. Perth has got a little bit of rain, and we see a high sitting there, but looks like there's more stuff coming. And we'll see what happens there. Going over, looking at Fiji's got a little bit of rain, and I'm assuming that with what we're seeing here, Tonga and possibly out here in the American Samoas as well, and Solomon Islands and Indonesia, Papua New Guinea and Indonesia, definitely getting a bunch of rain. Not so bad on Java or Sumatra, but the other islands are getting it. Rain in Thailand and those other little countries there, as well as over here in the Philippines, to be expected. And we see that system has moved, and that is nice that it's no longer sitting on top of Japan. We are seeing kind of weird flows here, still kind of divided, and I'm wondering why. We should see northern flow. Well, we do see it here in the Sea of Japan, but that's going into that low pressure zone up here and just past Sapporo. And looking at bottom end of Kamchatka, another low sitting there, swirling away, doing its thing. Indian Ocean, you don't want to be there. And looks like Sri Lanka still getting some rains there, and we know some rain in India. Not so bad in Madagascar. We still see this storm sitting off the coast of South Africa and Mozambique. And looking at the central regions, jungle, and yeah, the jungles are getting some rain. No rain in the Sahara Desert, but we are seeing some rain up here in Tunisia and the northwest corner of Libya. And no rain in most of Saudi Arabia, Oman, Iraq, Iraq up here, Iran. It's got a little bit there. But down here, Yemen and Oman and UAE, pretty clear. And looks like Turkey is not bad rain-wise. We do see northern portions of Greece and some of those other countries getting nailed. And I hope Yvonne brought her raincoat as well as a snow coat. That is not good. Definitely not nice weather there in Sicily. And the top of the boot here, I got pretty bad too. I don't know about Naples getting rain, but it looks like the other portions are just south of Rome as well. Milano is in the clear right now also, so that's not so bad. And we do see these other countries getting some rain as well. Most of Spain is okay, and Portugal until you get up in the northwest corner. And here in France, we see it coming across the stuff on the western side, including Paris, getting nailed. Looks like Germany not bad as far as rain. Looks like some here in Belgium and Holland as well. But England is getting a bunch, Norwich being the heavier areas out there. To be expected, I guess. Looks like Wales has got a little bit not that bad. And some up here in Scotland as well. And of course, I'm looking at what we see there in Norway, not a surprise, and up here as well. and a little bit up in Finland. Nothing too severe. Looks like Denmark is pretty dry, and Ireland looks fairly dry as well. Now, getting over to Iceland, yeah, look at that. Iceland is not so good. We are seeing that it's a great weather for duck. They are getting a bunch of different stuff. I'm even lazier. I have a power mix with milk in it. Just need to add boiling water. Somebody's lazy. Looks like we have some ice rain here just off of to the west of Jan Mayen Islands, and in between, well, they call it the green, what is it, a Greenland Sea area, and that's what we got there. So yeah, a bunch of rain and weather all over the place, and that is pretty awesome. Let's go back to temperatures for a second, and we'll find the coldest place on the planet, and that should be here in Antarctica. So far I see 81, 82 degrees below zero, 83, 84. Yep, there's an 84, minus 84. And that is right there, minus 84. Sue found a minus 84 too. Is there anything colder than that, Sue? What happened to the minus 90 degree temperatures from yesterday? The sun didn't come up, so that wouldn't have changed it. Minus 84 is not that bad. That's almost tropical. Yep, one fish in an ice cube is. I want to say that out loud. Dr. Fox, I give it 30 days. Yeah, well, I give it 30 days. We'll get that minus 90 something again. But 84 degrees below zero is plenty cold as far as I'm concerned. The atoms are barely moving at that point, and that is okay. So I don't see anything colder. I'm running with 84, and that is pretty awesome. 84 degrees below zero in the Celsius scale. So yeah, you don't want to mess with it. Very, very cold. That is it for today's show, and we'll leave that be. Let's go back over to something warm, and there's the warmth. We like warmth, and that is always nice. Anyway, I'm going to I'm just doing something here, getting my maps straightened out again. There we go. And let me leave that be. I want to take a quick check around, make sure we didn't miss anything. And no, we haven't missed anything yet. Sakurajima is still okay. Not seeing anything at the other volcanoes. Ice cream boat still not there, darn it. And I wonder why. Yeah, no ice cream boat. Oh, I see it left. Darn it. We missed it again. Okay. I tried, you guys. I tried. I'm trying to see if we can make sure we got an ice cream boat. But nope, no such luck. And let's see. Old Faithful doing its thing. Quick peek back at there. Iceland is still there. Nobody took it. And I want to have another quick peek at our next one here, and that'll be well, the last place we want to look at today is Stromboli, if it'll come up. And yeah, will it? Yeah, Stromboli not doing a heck of a lot. I wanted to see it, but there's a Stromboli, we don't see anything puffing out right now. Anyway, so we'll end the show on that note, and we'll put it back onto there. It is a time to wrap it up, you guys. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. Really, I do appreciate each and every one of you. And that is an awesome stream. I want to say, first off, a thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and C&D Boy, and Gary, 24/7 Live AZ Skies, as well as Joseph Fields, Texas, Lucas Snow, and Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you, moderators. That is all good. And also want to say a big thank you to Oz, who gifted 3 memberships today. And that was very good nailings there of those, including Mars 2028, who had a target on him. And also for the wonderful Australian $10 super chat from from Oz, I mean. Thank you, Oz. Also, a big thank you to Sue for the volcano reports. Always helps out. And that is about it. So the last thank yous go to each and every one of you who has participated in today's stream. Diane, nice to see you still hiding in the background there. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, One Fish and Kananaskis Country, and of course Mars 2028, and all of the Lava family. You guys are awesome. On those notes, be good, be kind, and what's Oz says, Doc, you have a wonderful array of stars in your chat. I love each and every one of you. Volcano One Lava Lovers. Okay, awesome, and oink oink. And you're very welcome there, Sharon, and the rest of you. And thanks, Oz. On those notes, time to wrap it up. Get my oven turned on. I gotta have a fish sandwich for. Oops, One Fish is still here. I'm going to have a seafood sandwich. Yeah, the cod family, the mean cod family down the river there. One Fish, don't worry about them, and it's okay. Anyway, be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, everyone, and please, and remember, only one major thing I always ask is tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Good night, everyone, and take care, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Oink, oink.